Wake up song. Yo, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have a lot of stuff I want to say, but realistically, I've been feeling really um tired recently. Between getting sick and not really having much of a break from TwitchCon, I think that like I'm kind of creeping into the exhaustion zone where like I'm not really doing anything off stream. I'm just like sleeping a lot. Like I'm literally taking naps. I'm just constantly tired, trying to eat well, drink a lot of water, but it's not helping. I'm just really tired. So it's like if you're wondering why I'm not streaming as much, it's just because I am exhausted. And I hope that in the next couple of days, like, and I'm going to BlizzCon tomorrow. So like uh hopefully after BlizzCon I'll be able to get a little bit of a like I'll relax a little bit, you know? Yeah, staying up for world stuff like that. Yeah, I'm getting owned, guys. I'm no joke. I'm getting fucking owned right now. Um, but welcome to the stream. Today I'm probably gonna play a little bit of TFT and go straight into Liza P. I want to kill Victor, the champion, and see how far I can get afterwards. Mm. Oh, I played some TFT off stream while waiting for food. I went 8th twice. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure Draven sucks ass. The more I play Draven, the more I think he sucks ass. I don't know, man. Who the fuck is playing Draven, man? I'm averaging I don't know, man. It's like nothing. This shit's fucking ass, man. Then you killed Victor yesterday. He was like 1 HP when my PC crashed. Oh yeah, yeah. Just killing him again for good measure. Mm. Why Bob? What map for 13 months? Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyways, let's talk a little bit about BlizzCon stuff, actually. Okay, but like I'm playing bangers right now. But so BlizzCon announced new Diablo 4 expansion. I probably don't care until I feel like Diablo's like a half year to a year from being like pretty good, like playable. So in the meantime, I love PoE. I'll probably still keep playing that, and I'll just hope that the other ARPGs get better. There was no Heroes of the Storm news. Everyone knew that, but if you saw the Heroes of the Storm subreddit, they were smoking some mad hopium up over there. Some mad fucking hopium. But no Heroes of the Storm, no StarCraft news, which I'm not really surprised. I was hoping they would announce their new survival game, but it looks like it's pretty far out. And then the big announcement was WoW. WoW had the biggest announcements. They essentially started their end game. The next 3 expansions are part of a bigger storyline, and so they're going for a storyline people want to care about for World of Warcraft. I think that's a smart thing. I think they should do stuff like that. But I also think like WoW lore is kind of shit. So like it's up to them to prove that they can do it well. My personal opinion on the matter. I think the classic WoW stuff is kind of interesting. That they're adding like level locked stuff where you could be warlock tanks and mage healers is kind of cool. Will you play PoE 2? I mean, yeah, but that's not coming out for like a year plus. Like it's like I'm playing PoE 1. Like Cataclysm. Oh, WoW Cosmos like Cataclysm. I don't even remember what I liked about Cataclysm. Did I didn't play Cataclysm. I think that's the season I quit the game. So classic WoW has now approached the point where I stopped playing. I think if I remember, was Cataclysm the expansion where you had garrisons and people hit gold cap? There was some expansion where my friends told me that the economy of the game just got ruined. Like, cause if you just got like literally gold cap if you played, and I was like, oh shit, okay. Dude, even that was WAD. What did Cataclysm have? What was bad about Cataclysm? Was it like it was very long without much content? Was it just like a bad expansion? Why do people not like Cataclysm? I know.
Eureka!
So I don't remember. I don't know if I played it. How was the goat patrolling LFR? Oh, they killed off talents and made a lot of classes do the same thing. Oh, so like Cataclysm is kind of like the death of Classic WoW, and Classic got to that point. Oh, at what point does Classic WoW just become WoW? At what point did they release like Classic WoW from the beginning again? It seems like they're just doing everything from the beginning again. University Draven is broken. It's really not. I think the silver one is the best one. Here, let me show you. So the University Draven is actually the worst one. The worst in terms of stats.
I carry my family with me.
The best one's silver, usually. Don't get me wrong, I'll still play it for fun, but I mean, I'll be very good.
Or be consumed by it.
I'm really playing Demacia. Dude, every TFT streamer I know has quit TFT. They're all playing Valo. I swear to God.
Every step, a new.
Hit him where it hurts.
He loves TFT. Sure he does. Yep. Pretty sure you just take tiniest titans and the full open, bro.
Piltover's finest.
Ease of TFT. Okay, I mean like mainly TFT streamers, man. Boxbox hates fucking TFT right now. He's anything for him not to play TFT. Oh, I killed two. That's so good. Dude, I look, I lost life. And hold up. And it's all back, baby. It's all fucking back. And it's all back. Okay, wait, let's go look at what people earthed real quick. So this guy's playing Bilge with Nyla for sure. This guy is playing Ionia. This guy's playing probably Challenger, maybe Challenger Demacia. This guy's playing Build Difference. This guy's playing Demacia. This guy's playing Demacia Slayer. And this guy's playing Cruel Pact, which is probably gonna turn into, I don't know, but he has a fucking Kai'Sa, which is kind of interesting. He might just be playing Void. I think that's really safe from his position. Dude, Dude, you know, recently I've been drinking so much water, like even more so than normal. I've been just like guzzling water, like it's my fucking job. It's kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to lock the shop. This shop's fucking awesome. But then I have to contest this guy, or this guy. He's definitely playing build. Whatever I take, how much I take here? 10, 9. Can I heal 2? So I'm 87 or 89. God, this is so OP. So OP. Like the reason why I took Pengu half the time was just so I can play this. Look at this. Holy fuck. You can't even play this badly, man. It's literally, it's crazy. Oh, maybe we can't. Oh, sorry. Go up here. Wait, what did you want to see? There's nothing to see. My augment. Fuck, I was blocking it. Sorry, it was on my Liza P thing. Look, I'm just saying this shit is broken. It's broken. It's broken. Like I'm just putting random shit in, you know?
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I took this because there's a good chance I'm gonna have to play a Zero from this position. I think if you're playing Tiniest Titan, you're probably level 7, level 8 rolling, and you're probably playing something like a Zero. If you're playing like a non-thing board, you're probably playing a Zero, like just straight up. So Nashers is good on every flex unit. Mordekaiser, Azir is the best item for them. Also a good frontline item. So.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Guys, 2 Kaisas already? Holy moly.
I am here to test souls.
Oh. Oh. You know what would be my hope? My hope is the easiest way to play this game is if I get a Shurima +1 and just play 6 Shurima from here at level 8. When you have Tiniest Titan, you'll always have enough gold to go 8. Guaranteed. Like you're just gonna be like swimming in fucking gold. What the heck? I'm having some problems here. It really sucks that Invoker is just so bad. Like, you need to hit like an early rise or something for Invoker to actually be good. That sucks. Like, I really feels bad.
A Noxian always rises to the top.
A friend of mine had the wet dream of Titans put 2 on pill. Oh yeah, that is ridiculous. Literally ridiculous.
Finest.
Every step, a new journey.
You know what I should play from this position? Do you see my items? Gnasher's Tooth, Quicksilver. I could play Bruiser.
If I don't kill you, so
I could play Bruiser and Mordekaiser. Maybe. Hope the econ trade is better. Yeah, same. Oh, I just hope the set's better. Let's not even say econ. I just think the set can be a lot better. Oh wow, I killed 2 units? Wait, I high rolled. But high rolled so hard. I should have slammed this. I only killed 3 units. Whoops. Okay, no lie. I've heard you can play flex bruisers. I can bruiser flex here, maybe. Seems good. Seems okay. Flex bruisers into Azir, I guess. Or Mordekaiser, maybe even both. Okay, what is my... Okay, so I think it's Sedge. 6 Bruiser is playing 5 units. So then if I play... Let's look for this, I guess. Yeah. So if I play 6 Bruiser, it's 5. Then I get +2.
Who needs a beat down?
That's good. For my items, I don't think she does anything here. This guy's just streaking the whole time. He has a 0-2. The fuck? It's on bench? Oh no, I played this guy. Oh, he has a 0. So cool packed with combat augments. They do seem pretty decent.
survive. Fight.
I wonder with Bruiser. What if I don't need this or this? It's just this. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Look at this item. Look at this item. Fuck you, bro. I'm so sad. I'm actually so fucking sad, man. It's 4 years.
If I don't kill you, so
I will rule the Frau Lord. Demacia is counting on us.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. All according to
Oh. Do something like this. I wonder how big 6 Bruiser is. Probably pretty fucking big.
I will rule the Freljord.
Okay, I'm chilling, I think. Kind of an awkward position, but I'm pretty much chilling. There is a small chance I transition this into Mordekaiser, but I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, Demacia Slayer. Wow, he's missing one Demacia thing. I'm level 750 gold. Not even that low HP, tiniest Titan, like, I'm chilling. Azir this game seems so, well, just that one guy actually pivoted to Azir, man. Okay. Guys, level 6, 31 health. I cannot believe he went Gauntlet with Radiant Pandoras. That's gotta be one of the worst items you can roll. For that comp that he's trying to play.
Carnage.
Bro, like, what is this, man? Um, I think it's actually not what you think it. I would slam declock here usually, but I cannot use my rods correctly in this comp if I do that. I think it pretty much has to be adaptive here. Oh, I got Pandoras. Wait, do I even need Pandoras? Not really. Should have taken him on the distance. Fuck me, man. Trolling.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Set sail. I won't be denied.
No way. Oh.
Every soul shall serve.
What about this? Better or worse? Probably better. Okay, what the fuck am I doing this game? Can't even take the Scion, man. What the hell? Does it have to take the Scion? Oh, I should have taken Hodge. Was there a Hodge? I think they got taken. It's fine. I can't even play this. Like, where do I put this in? Here for it. This? Can't do that. This? Can't do that. I can do fuck. Better get more strategies. I don't think he needs it. He gets AP anyways. I'm not worried about it. But he gets stats from killing units. I'd rather he just get tanky stats. God, what a weird game. Like, so weird. I feel like I can't play 6 strategists, even though it gives me a lot. Like, this is just optimal. Crazy.
I will rule the Freljord.
I think don't panic. I'm still more than 2 live. The biggest problem is I don't have a Zir 2, and that's like a lot of my damage. I mean, I'm never going 9 here, right?
I will tear the world asunder.
I wonder if it's just sell Jarvan for 6 bruiser. I mean, it probably is, right? That's crazy that I give up Jarvan here, but it's the problem is like the bruiser benefit is so crazy. I need to see how much HP my main character gets. I need sedge items now.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
What the fuck is this? Sure. I need fucking items, so I guess I'm doing this. They're really awkward items, but
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. Finality approaches.
I was in shop. Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. More guys for wards? I mean, that guy has 1 ward, 2 more. This guy also has 1 ward. I feel like these guys will die though. Like, that's the thing. Like, if I hold on to it, they'll eventually die, right? This guy has 1 sedge, 2 sedges. Bro, everyone takes the same fucking units, man. Imagine playing this comp but never hitting more 2. That's pretty essentially what I'm doing, right? I make it so he can never hit more. Oh, against this player, 6 boost is way better because he's got QSS on one of his carries. Also, I need a roll, not for this, but for Azir, man. The fuck is my Azir? Like, I don't want to roll till this guy's dead. Oh, this guy has 26 Azirs. Oh, I hope he doesn't hit Azir 3 right before he dies and hits me. That would be really bad. This guy's 1 life. No way. Oh my god, this game is gonna suck ass, man. You can still hit Azir with Pandora's Bench. Okay. Bro, when you say that, what do you see on my augments that I don't? Like, what bench are you talking about? I guess this is the best I can do for my Sedge. More, I don't want to roll till this guy dies. There's no point. Damn, there's no Sedges either. Once this guy dies, I'm all good to go. Is that good? I mean, I'm not hitting this guy. It's always good. If I don't hit this guy, it's always good. Who did this guy hit? Not the Mord player. The Demacia player getting a free round. That's not good for me. It's really bad. Oh yes, he died. It's lit.
I will rest when our homelands are restored. I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Every soul shall serve.
I rotated from the Windstreaker first place into this guy. Oh god. I'm dead. Close. I'm dead. It's fine. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it just sucks I never hit Azir 2 to a place of ads. Can we enable Pepe Lab? I mean, I don't know how it's disabled. I don't know why it's disabled. I have no idea. And when it's disabled, no, my chat just types something and it's not it's not enabled. Me one. I do. I thought your Pandora's was flashy on the right, bro. Don't worry about it. That game sucked. I think if I just had a 0-2, then like I top 3 or top 2 that game. But like I don't think I would roll in any of those situations though. Like I'm thinking when I would roll, it's like maybe like I was just waiting for 2 people to die. Like one person to die. Like maybe I could have rolled before like I hit a 0-3. That was the only thing. Whatever. Did him killing the Liza P boss? No. I only had like one more attempt after that, and I could not kill him. I think I'll play Valo. What rank am I in TFT? Bro, my rank is right in the middle of the screen. It's like 130-ish? I don't know. Meaning I do. Like if anyone knows, like is it 7 TV that's messing up for me, or like what is messing up for me? Is it BTTV? Is it FFZ? It's the FFZ? How many? No, it's not FFZ.
Feed the void.
It's BTTV. But my subscription works for that. Well, I'm so fucking confused, bro. Like, I've been paying for BTTV TV for like a billion years. Oh, wait, it did stop paying. Wait, what the fuck? Why did it stop paying? BTTV. Oh my god, that's a lot of Malzahars.
Will be consumed by it. Will be consumed by it. For the void.
Here's the favorite BTTV. Yeah, what a sick, cruel world we live in. Everything should be given to streamers for free. Amen. We have to pay for like additional emote slots above a certain amount.
You cannot hide.
I think I'm actually supposed to play build from here.
Perfection? I got that.
Fight me if you have no spirit.
Oh, is it the bilge angle or a void angle? Void looking kind of juicy though. My 6 is 1 guaranteed, right? I sack one stage for it. So I get, it's 1 in 5 chance of me hitting Bilge Water or Void. And I'll make the decision when I play after. I think both are very good for me. Here we go. Void Shrima. Oh, Shrima's kind of sick. I think it's Void though. Fun. Oh, I need to put this in. Shit. It was more fun. Maybe. You know what I've been seeing recently? I've been seeing people play
All in.
oh. Bishop TF here. I've been seeing people play 8 Void over 6 Void recently. Which is very interesting. I got the 500 LP GM play Nyla Fraudiard. Yeah, I think that comp's OP. And like, no joke, I think that MF is the best youth in the game right now. Wait, this guy is Void. No, man, I had contested. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Come, mortal. Witness your demise.
Play a game day where all 7 other players are Earth. Yep. That does happen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Void plus Bruiser. Yeah, because he got fucking ancient archives, and the Hall of the Nine was a tome. Hall of the Nine used to be really fun, but realistically, half the time, like a third of the time, it's spat or tome. So you have, on this, you have to play something where you can use the spat or tome. The cafeteria is officially ruined. I mean, yeah, maybe. Ooh.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Two Noxus, 2 Sharima players, 1 Void play. What the fuck? is going on? What? I bet if it strikes, nah, I don't want to lose. The Harvard's getting replaced. I said, really? I did not see that. I don't think it's even bad. Too niche, not many units can use it. I mean, is that true? Or is that where people were really fucking bad at understanding how it was good for? I think if it's a unit problem, that can be fixed next set. I don't know. I also think people just sucked at understanding Night Harvester value. Like, like they were so bad at it.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Belith Mord able to use it. All the rogues can use it. It's BIS on all the rogues. Good on Nico. Good on. It's good on any unit that has plus stat on it, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, Nyla is probably, yeah, it's just like I think people just didn't understand how they use the item. Like I don't know, man. Use a crowd. This comp uses 3/3 cost. I was gonna say it's silver ticket here.
Always on the run. Every soul shall serve.
It's about time I got my hands dirty.
This guy got a stable evolution. He got stable evolution. Bro. Force It's not even better. Another mouse tweak gives me better frontline. I'm just gonna sell this so you think I'm baited if it get played. It is garbage.
Justice will be served.
Shit. I probably don't compete with this guy, by the way. I probably go 9 or 8 for 8 Rift. Probably. I'll take the right side. Okay. You have ever read the Bruiser in the Void? No. He's just playing that as a like he bought this, so there's no way he's gonna do that. Look at his bench, man. He just waited the pivots and he hasn't been able to acquire his units yet.
About time I got my hands dirty. Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ione. I've got you.
I should just decode this unit. Fuck. Losing here really sucks, I think. Watch party with Emily later? Nope. I'm not waking up at 5 a.m. to watch TFT. Hell no. Not on this set. I'm going to BlizzCon tomorrow, man. I'm not watching TFT. Our Worlds, I can't watch party of that. I'm not part of the co-streamers. So also no. Boom. Hit 3 people. Awesome. Boom. Please, spoils. Give me 1 gold. 1 gold. I'm not asking for much, man. 1 gold? Oh, nice. I got 2 gold here. I'm gonna keep rolling. I'm gonna hit mouse 3 here. They'll cost 2, and I'm gonna go up. Guy went, oh, this guy's not re-rolling. He went level 7. Okay, maybe he's just doing something different. Wait, I might be the re-roller than this game. What the fuck? No way.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Fuck it. Was it Sork Kaisa? I have 1 Kaisa, bro. Is a Sork. This unit is actually awesome. So good. Maybe it is a Kaisa now. This is so good for my comp though. Fuck. can't even make this work. It's actually this. Damn.
Justice will be served.
The fuck?
Justice will be served.
Witness your demise.
Damn, I lost a roll there. Sucks. This looks like I'm griefing actually, but I'm going shift with this item. Oh, this guy got to the juice real quick. Yeah, probably should have put this on Malzahar. Fuck it, it's fine. No. This on mouse. I thought I had Belly Shiv because I'm thinking late game. She's probably better now, but I don't care about that. The fuck is this?
Will be beautiful.
Damn, do I ever just skip and go 8 here? It's actually pretty good if I go 8 here. I think I just go 8. Sell this. Got it? I got it. Oh, I got it. Let's see items. You know, I think Belveth items are the biggest bait. At 1-star Belveth, this unit is fucking terrible. Like actually fucking awful. I'd rather just DS Kaisen. I'm not even kidding. Or a Malzahar, you know? Mal's kind of owning. They have a 1-star Belveth and a 2-star Cassio. Depends on the comp. This guy is pretty strong. No, he didn't get the second cast off. That sucks. I got one here. This is where would you stop the Well-Star? Hell no. For Cho? Hell no. If I would have replaced it by now. I'd only swap it for this, but I don't have a... And that's it. Put Heist in the front because it'll jump somewhere else. It's just there for the attack speed. I'm pretty sure I can make it. I just have to sell this, right? No fucking way, man. Sure. Oh. Oh, does this shred? Oh, I think it might shred. I don't think I need to do that then. Wow, that guy did so much damage. Jesus. A challenger? Oh, it might have been.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Do you think I sell this? You can sell this for 6 torque. That seems wrong. That seems so wrong. Do I ever fucking do that? That seems like... It's just this now. $13 life? That does not seem good. Easy slam this, but it's one of those rare moments where you don't really need to because wow, I lose because he has this and I don't, and the support cash. Oh. Manage in here.
I will rest when our homeland are restored. The void has breached this place.
Darkness. Justice will be served.
They should just put this on somewhere. Busy of avoiding these strong items in the catch a bell get no damage. Yeah, no shit. Because unfortunately, when I drop not Hall of Nines give me the worst tomes of my fucking life. So I lose the game because my augments, my tomes suck. That's literally the only reason. Had I gotten anything else that was playable, it would have been fine. But I did not. CC Beanie, welcome back for 2 months. Yeah, it sucks. I wish I could. It also sucks I just got contested. That's just super weird. All the nines, man. I don't think it's good to play with Void. Even if I got 4 Void spats, which is like maybe optimal, it'd still be like impossible to itemize the units correctly. It's just so much better to go Demacio or Bilge or Slayer or something. The extra spats are just not very useful. It's okay. But a challenger, it wouldn't have mattered. I didn't have a Kaisa 2 and I didn't have a Belvet 2, and I was never gonna get that. Like saying challengers spot for that position just that you have an even amount of traits on your left side is so stupid. I think maybe you give the spat to the Malzahar in that situation, but it's like it's so whatever, man. I just gave it to Cassidy in the hopes that if I hit Cassidy 3, he actually scales pretty well with AP, and that's your front line. After you avoid, you go 8 Stork. Maybe.
Guilty.
Button. You dare?
Keep your enemies close. And me closer.
My chance sucks. Literally fits 0% of my comp, bro. You want it to play for 2 Bastion? It's not worth it. There's no sub out for the comp. Oh, I messed up. I'm gonna do this for now. Oh, I'm trying to fix this better TTV bullshit real quick. Hold up a sec. I don't know how the payment stopped. I think I got it now. Okay, we're good. It should work now. Can someone give it a shot? One type of a BTV mode.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Perfection? I got that.
I'll take care of everything.
These items are very questionable. Holy fuck. Let's do this. It works? Yeah, it should have worked out just now. GG's don't play here. I'm good. I mean, if you're gonna slam something here, you're probably slamming Rage Blade in this. Because Rage Blade gives you like 20 times the value early game.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Blood for Noxus.
I honestly, I'm just wondering if I should slam Mordekaiser items. If I do, it's just slam this, and then slam this, which is like also probably pretty good, given that I'm guaranteed Swain 2, right? I will admit though, playing Mordekaiser when you don't have a Noxus spat kind of sucks ass. So I hope I do not have to do it. Yeah, Kyosa's Crown Guard Go Noxus is the more standard one. But I'm pretty sure you're supposed to go Rage Blade to keep yourself flexible.
This place could use some
Like, I'm
reshaping.
pretty sure it's supposed to be Rage Blade, but yeah, I don't know about that anymore. Wait, what if I do this and then oh, I can't. Everything is bad here.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
This? Rage Blade? I mean, it's not about liking Rage Blade. It's just the best item to slam. It gives you the most value early here. Rage Blade is not BIS on probably any comp in the game that's not a Philios Bastion, right? But it's still like you take it because it's an item you're flexible with. Good for early game, really good for early game. It's one of the best early game items, period. Because having that kind of attack speed scaling is awesome. There's no way, fuck, man. The weird thing about Nox is you win a win streak, but then you lose all your spat opportunities by win streaking. So it's like, bleh. You know, it's bleh. Oh, just like this is bleh, bro. I actually think Stork might be better if I can kill stuff faster. I don't know how much better it is though. Man, My Hero Academia, I think My Hero sucks. But I've heard I heard they're trying to turn it around right now, but I objectively think My Hero is terrible. JG is BIS on carrying almost any comp. It's BIS for one comp in the game, which is like 4 strategists this year. Aside from that, has bad stats on everything else. Wow, shit.
But Noxus will remain.
Battle Mordekaiser. It's also okay on Swords. But Storks are pretty terrible. So yeah. I mean, Usually you'd want to lose here, but especially spoils, there's no problem. You just always want to win. That'd be a winner.
Strength of Noxus.
You're hoping for Noxus +1 and the other two. You guys on Azir? I said aside from strategist Azir. Literally the only comp in the game where that's yes. Ooh, that item is kind of sus. Oh, we're going Swain through this game.
For the void.
Yes, we are. Damn, I could just slam this actually. I think these 3 items are actually okay on Mord. I don't like having all 3, but it's like okay. It's like not terrible.
Set sail.
I was getting Demon Flare. Holy fuck! I'll wait 1 round because if I do get Demon Flare, I would want to switch my items up, 100%. Actually, no lie though, Demon Flare would not even be that good for me here. Because Demon Flare with Noxus is not optimal, I think. Bro. Forge is actually pretty awesome here. Fruit Flyer is also pretty good. That means I'm hard 6-7. Winter's pretty big. Agreed. Mord is good. It's good, but I don't have a Mord, and I already have Edge for Mord, so I'm not worried. Like the other one doesn't give you value immediately, and you kind of need immediate value to play off your spoils, especially because you already kind of have your Mord. My Mord items are done, by the way. I had no gold off spoiled. It is okay. Oh, I got an Orange Forge anyways.
Shurima is not of this time.
Set sail.
Clueless also dead. It's 7 TV dead. Wait, was I ever subscribed to 7 TV? I thought I wasn't. I was only subscribed to BTTV. Is it 7 TV sub? All the modes are working for me? Really? The reference just slow? Okay. I think everything should be good.
I win.
Excuse me. Oh, it's so bad. Tricksters? Fine. I guess all my items are done for my Swain. Wow, if I beat him here, I would have ruined his streak. Holy fuck. That is unfortunate.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
You Archangel Swain. It's okay with Demon Flare. I think in general it's just not very good. I think it's not a terrible item because the way AP works is that he gains damage and health from AP. But like technically like he loses more health without defensive items a lot of times. So usually it's better just to stack like some sort of defensive offensive hybrid item. But it's sometimes you're stuck with Archangels and you're like, okay. But it's very rare I would ever build Archangels in that unit. And the main reason is just because when you're playing Swain comps, the tier usually can be used on other people. Usually if you're playing Demon Flare, you're playing 6 Orc. So the tier is like a ridiculously good item. Like not only can it go Shiv, it can also go into blue buff for all the mana gen for your backline. So I would pretty much never be in a position where I would slam Archangels if I'm playing Swain. But if like let's say I get it early and I'm looking to streak, then it's a completely different story, right?
Always rises to the top.
Always on the run.
Noxus will rise.
I really need a Noxus Batman. Avon! Oh shit, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I am playing some TFT and then playing some Liza P. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are doing good. It is really late, guys. I have been I've been really tired recently, so I am like I'm chilling. Oh, Leech? Is it Leech Angle? No, I need to re-roll this for a spat. Every single one of these needs to be re-rolled for spat. Unfortunately. I lost the game. I'm not even kidding, man.
Shurima is not of this time.
Here's the best place to talk about basketball. It's not. Get the fuck out of here. But Victor Wembanyama Bro, he's not a generational talent. He's not going to be the next Kobe, not going to be the next LeBron. Generational hater right here. True. Actually. Ready to visit Tokyo? What restaurant I need to try? You don't need, how do I say this? You don't need my advice to try restaurants in Japan. Every restaurant you go to in Japan is going to be awesome. Like, just straight up. You will not have any issues. Wembanyama is the next Wilt. Bro, no one can even spell his name. That's how I know he's not the GOAT. You'll say I'm smart? Oh, I probably do, but game sucks, actually. I just want this.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I'm really only the 5. I don't think I'm dropping down. I mean, this is useless, right? This is fucking useless. Holy shit, what the hell just happened? What just happened? Am I not just bleeding out here? Oh my god, I have 3 lesser duplicators, man. I just rolling persuade. Fuck this shit, man.
Now and forever.
Blood for Noxus.
I need a Rek'Sai, actually.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. All according to plan. All according to plan.
Wait, I lost a strategist here, but the plan is I move Rek'Sai for this, and I have Bruiser. Will I join OnlyFans? Oh, I can't. I have to prep for the next TFT set. Unfortunately, I am preoccupied, or else I would probably play. Azir dead? Oh no, you're probably still playing Azir for the rest of the thing. Actually, this unit that's dead. I was just waiting for more items because a lot of the items I have are terrible for Azir. Oh, that's not
always
good.
rises to the top.
Like, I just want to roll. Oh. Like, I'm essentially just rolling for one fucking thing. Am I trolling? How did I use all my items and end up with the worst ones? Whoops. It's fine. This is actually, I was supposed to get Spark here. I was supposed to play Spark like fucking 6 rounds ago, but it's fine. I'll just get out Spoils of War, you know?
A Noxian always rises to the top.
44. GG. I mean, I saw Spark and then Gunblade and then Shiv, I think. Well, actually, that's not right. What the fuck was I supposed to do? I think there's definitely a way. I need an anti-MR here. So why is my sign in the back line? I think when you're playing Noxus or Storks or anything, if you can ever get Swain, it's always crazy. Like, Swain is an illegally good unit. I don't think I have enough gold for that. You get champion August Square set? I mean, they're not. Hold up one sec, okay?
Science.
Where's Sharima? Hell no. You want to sell this unit so you're 2 Sharima. I need to get rid of this fucking units, man. Imagine me not having fucking shrink against this guy, man. Oh, it's so bad. It's so fucking doomed. He died here? No fucking way, man. I didn't have Rek'Sai either. Oh my god. I didn't find Rek'Sai after I sold it. That was really bad. Go play some ads. Oh. Okay, we're pivoting. You're right. Fuck this game. I think it's down here. Yeah. Yesterday, I played this game, and something happened, I got to. Oh, I was so close to being the boss. So fucking close. Alright, hold on. Let me close all these BTTV things on my side screen. Wait, I'm literally gonna watch the clip from yesterday when my ads are over. I want to show you guys how close I got yesterday. It's not even close. Like, you couldn't even measure it. You need an electron microscope to see his HP. Let me go look. Let me go look. Okay, okay. Okay. You guys all see this? Oh, I don't like cover myself. Okay, okay. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is last night. I spent about an hour of attempts on him. About an hour. Okay, first of all, let's analyze the position. I have no more health pots, but I'm like 70, 80% HP. And he's at, I think this would consider to be like 10%. Okay, dodges grab. Thick. Oh, okay, perfect. Oh, he is done for. He's a stagger. Our charger heavy.
No fucking way. No fucking way. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. You telling me I anyway.
Do you know the worst part about all of this? The worst part is right here. When I'm looking to hit him twice here. One hit, second hit, he dodges. Like, what the fuck? This boss is fucking in my head. All right. Fuck it. Yesterday. Fuck yesterday. Today's a new day.
Fight to the followers of the truth!
Okay. My bad, my bad. Grab, okay. Nice triple parry, okay. This guy's name is Victor. He's a champion. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Two hits. Oh, he's grabbing. Nice, we killed. Hey. I get one hit on his grab. Oh shit! Forgot about that one. 5-hit combo. Here we go. Oh, I mistimed it. You have to wait. Okay. Okay. Like I'm telling you guys, it's not. I'm gonna kill this guy like instantly. I don't know what the bet's at, guys, but like, if you're a believer, you're looking good. Wait, hold on. I can't see the fucking emotes. I'm gonna refresh the page. Oh, there we go. There we go. Wait, what is the bet? First 5 runs? Oh god, easy. I can't believe I have doubters for this one. What? Did you not see the live from yesterday? F80, there you go. You're a homie, bro. Watch this. I got you. This is for you, buddy. Fuck you, no, never mind. Five-hit combo. Okay, I healed and I got this off. Nice. One hit. Fuck. Fuck. Oh yeah? Second phase. Shatters are fucking shaking right now.
so weak. So unfit.
No way. Oh man. Wait, I was, oh fuck. No, I got lucky. Okay, my fucking mouse button literally got stuck.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Oh yeah? You're approaching me? Well, I'm approaching you. Get the fuck down. Two hits. He charges here. That was kind of spooky. I have a combo.
The new world belongs to us. Humanity must be born again. It's their duty and their fate.
Did he do that? How many times has he done that? Oh my god. He's like, but no, I got you. Bro, you really think I don't got you?
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Classic combo. Oh, fucking Datter is literally trembling right now. Is it a perfect run? Not over. It's over for you, buddy. Big deal to pop up here. Oh my god.
This is the power of the reborn.
There's a 6 hit. Fuck it out.
This is the power of the reborn.
That's sweet there. It's fucking over. Let's fucking go. Wait, is there phase 3? Wait. I actually don't know. Oh no, we're good. Oh, we're good. Oh, I'm good. Who's that? Oh, is this the big bad that we haven't seen before? An alchemist?
I'm surprised you
Ivan
defeated
Manet.
Victor. Geppetto's creations are truly marvelous.
Especially the whole time for 5 points, bro. It was easy.
Where are my manners? My name is Simon Manus, a leader among alchemists.
It is not.
I've known your father for a long time. We used to be colleagues, you know. Geppetto didn't understand that the petrification disease can strengthen humankind.
Uh-oh.
Locked into conventional thinking, I'm afraid. But even he can't stop such a magnificent discovery. It's the door to a new world. You've seen this place with your own eyes. Truly inspiring, is it not? What do you suppose our cure has created here?
Monsters, bro.
You're short-sighted, just like your father. But you speak the truth as you see it, just like everyone else. We, on the other hand, are visionaries. We understand the petrification disease on a deeper level. The disease does not signify death. It's the process of purifying a person's essence.
Oh,
A
okay.
purified human who overcomes the petrification disease will gain a strengthened body and a mind free of lies. The essence is ergo. Yes, the ergo you use as your power was once a human being. Our undertaking is to help others experience this purification through this elixir. Truly, ergo's power can do even more.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna kill your ass, bro. I finally found the big bad.
Already have
Okay.
the means to control that power.
Okay.
Power be so while you wallow in a pathetic past, we step forward into humanity's future on the Isle of Alchemists. You're welcome to come to the island and witness our triumph firsthand. Or perhaps you'll make a futile effort to stop us. Maybe the Saintess statue can help you. In any case, good luck. Standing against evolution must be exhausting. Not to mention demoralizing. Keep your chin up, puppet, and I'll see you soon. No one can say that Simon Manus, leader of the alchemists,
Saintess Mercy Gallery. It didn't hit him. It didn't fucking hit him. I tried. He's just standing there? Okay, I'm looking for a quartz before I go back. Like, usually there's like a vault with a quartz somewhere. I think I'm missing one for my next upgrade.
The Isle of Alchemists. According to the guide, Vanini visited that place. That's something, I guess.
Oh, so I need to talk to... He did a door in this building. Oh, it's not right here? Oh, these guys!
Ciao, Bello. It seems you and I share a strong connection.
Talking to an alchemist is like talking to a brick wall. That's also an alchemist.
Brother, you should say hello to your friend. But it is true that we are in something of a bind. We're going to need to consult with
You got that right, sister. Our pal is sure to help us. We didn't behave that badly at his last shindig.
A moment, please. My young brother here is slowly but surely losing his very sight. His windows to the world. To a terrible,
koi fruit
illness.
Wait, she lied to me last time. He lied to me last time. He sold me fucking bullshit.
To work miracles, and do I ever need one? The alchemists give us just enough to keep him going, but not enough to cure, and never what they promised. We can't rely on those crucible-kissing wizards. Please, don't make me beg. He needs this. Besides, for a fellow who raided the
Please,
Please. We knew you were a true friend, and generous.
I'm a pussy.
That's right. I liked you from the start, you know? Just had a feeling. If you felt otherwise, that wasn't me.
Ignore this one.
He read doors by
the
many boss?
Or just feels happy, he gets chatty. But he really is grateful. We both are. On that note, I hate to borrow and run, but we have another request from the alchemist to take care of, so we will be staying behind. You'll need to go on without us, so I won't ever forget your kindness. Here, a small token. Now go.
I got...
Honestly, I didn't really expect you to bring us a damn thing, and yet...
Oh, that song, that's really good.
Truly. I'm not saying I'm ready to set up housekeeping, or that I even trust you. Honestly, I didn't
I never forget. I never forget.
Cool, okay.
Wow. You need me? I was surprised when the bell rang. The Isle of Alchemists, you say? And monsters. This is a nightmare. It is their secret island. A place hidden from the world. But even if we could find it, how to get there? which, well, Purcinella did a lot of the heavy lifting, has led me to believe you can find one deep within the barren swamp. No, I'm not going to tell you the details.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back and get to the key then. Well, honestly, I should go back. I probably need to go back soon because I need to get rid of this. There's a lot of souls. I don't want to lose these souls, man. I do think the music in this game has been bomb. Really fucking great. I was also surprised he only asked for 1 golden coin. I have like 36 and like I just get 8 at a time something, so it's like I just can never run out. I listened to the OC dinner. Really? I think this is where the mini boss was. I'm looking for the key. Oh, it's I know. I remember this place. Here? Open sesame. Saintess of Mercy statue. Oh. It's like not an area. It's just I got respect. Okay. I wonder what this gives me. New area. You could do a system rest using the same mercy. You set your level. Oh. This allows me to do a full respec.
Sorry to startle you. It seems that the power of the listener within me, the power to hear ergo, is getting stronger. It's powerful enough to send not only my voice, but even illusions. Maybe it's because of I came to you because I wanted to tell you about Simon. The terrible things he
Bro,
does.
I know this guy's a bad guy,
I should
man.
have told you about Simon earlier. But it's the sort of thing you have to see to believe. He is the most dangerous man in Krat. He spreads mayhem and death for a delusion he calls evolution. Simon wants to evolve a new world in Krat. A horrible future, even worse than the disasters we already face. That's why I woke you up. If you can't save Krat from Simon, find the Isle of Alk. I will help as much as whatever choice you make.
Okay. I almost feel like endurance isn't worth it anymore. I almost want to spam capacity again. Oh my, so level is only 4? Wait, 4 is really easy. I thought 4 would be a lot more difficult. You now reset stats when the golden tree back at the, oh, okay, so it's cool. It scales up each time you respect. Oh, so you can't respect infinitely? Interesting. All right, we're playing the song. Tell me this one's the best? It's called Quixotic.
I'm afraid you saw my bad side at the Grand Exhibition. I was able to escape, thanks to you. I didn't mean to be ungrateful. I'm a soldier from outside Krot. They sent us in pairs to investigate. I got trapped by the blockade and separated from my partner. I don't think the puppets are the only things at play here. Can I stay with you until I get in touch
Oh,
with my
with
partner?
me? Oh, sure.
I get the puppets, but what are the monsters doing here? What is happening? I get the puppet. What is
At the house of Anini.
All right, you tell me where the aisle
I
is.
hear there is a new guest at the hotel.
Yeah, that's me.
I just find saving people is its own reward. I certainly don't need the money. If we who live through times like this don't live the best lives we can, we dishonor the memories of all we have lost. Honoring the lost is, in a way, I envy the dead. They don't have to know what it's like to remember that. Ha! And here
What's this? Oh, she organized cats. What the heck? That's cute.
Will you do for once? I'd give it to him myself, but he'll understand this. I know my way around the.
Wait, I read that too fast. I thought it was the normal. Holy fuck! What was it? Four Finger Glove? Alidoro? That's this guy. What?
Thanks for keeping me company.
I do. Ooh, her vocals are really nice. Oh, he's not here. Oh. Wait, I thought it was the boss weapon dude, but it was not the boss weapon dude.
You don't remember much. Ask me about Eric.
Oh, it is the boss weapon dude. He's just not here. Dude, as soon as I get Rising Dodge, I'm gonna be able to actually live through so many mechanics in the game. I'm collecting these gold fruit. I don't even know if I'm gonna use them. I kind of am okay with my comp or my spec, but we'll see. Maybe there's a weapon that has like dual scaling that I want to invest in, or maybe I just want to go into advance later, which is something that I am thinking about. I respect to redo my quartz. Yeah, my quartz is kind of weird. Honestly, like some of it's pretty bad, but it's alright. It's whatever. Advanced builds are super OP. Wait, really? I only do advanced because it has like cool properties. I don't need max HP anymore. I want the one which gives you ergo while killing stuff. This way. Throwing items to soul bosses? Oh, interesting. Wait. I hope this is not a poison swamp. I would be very upset if the final area in the game, Alchemist Island, is a poison swamp. Goodbye, everyone. Oh, I'm heading to the Baron so I have to get something for the island. Oh, alright. Fair. Train station. This is my least favorite area. Don't tell me that, man. This month was attraction to Barren Swamp. This issue of the guy would like to introduce a special place different from the featured area. If you don't mean special in a good way, but cater to a few people. The Barren Swamp is an area that showcases Scrat's shadow as well. It's where scrap puppets were discarded, composed of swamps and ravines. Oh, I hate swamp areas, man. Rated at 2.5. The boss took me 3 hours. Oh.
This place is... Okay, there's no easy way to say this, but it's a puppet graveyard. Humans call it an illegal dumping site. Try to stop it, but actually they have much bigger concerns. If the Grand Exhibition's horrific solution spread this far too, it's just too terrible to think about. Oh, I'm thinking about it.
I swear I parried that. The game before this is a tutorial, this is the real game. That's what everyone says, man. That's my first overheat warning. That's kind of funny. These flames are still on the ground? What do I do? I just... See, this goes up, but like, how do I get over there? Animations of damage. Interesting. I think somebody's gonna drop out of the cliff or something. I don't know, man. You fucking... Okay. Okay. Oh, I got Dark Moon. Oh, I don't need those anymore. Oh wait, I do. That was the last one I need to upgrade my. Oh no. I'm done upgrading. I need full moonstones to upgrade my Reaper now. Fuck. Oh, so the dogs now have things on top of them. Interesting. Can you run me with this HP? Just don't get hit, bro. For secure installation. Okay. I pressed the wrong button to heal. He's up there, man. Okay. Like, this problem is just this first guy is so annoying. Like, if I fuck up against this guy, I literally just take my whole health bar. But he does give me 1,000 souls, which is really nice. This, right. Them. This area sucks ass, man. I am gonna have to use Legion magazines to recharge my thing to kill them. It's fine. It's gonna be so annoying when I'm almost. I think I'm out almost. There. That is not good. Play this real game. I mean, it's just annoying, man. Where am I gonna drop down there? It looks like I. All right. Fuck. Oh, that's a melee range. Shit. Legion magazine. Oh, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. I thought it would curve for some reason. It did not curve. Oh, fuck me, man. Okay. I lost all my fucking souls, man. Like half of my souls, I guess. Not bad, not bad. What's a raid? I thought someone told me that was cosmetic. What? What is a radiant ergo fragment? Is that 1,000 souls? Wait, these guys just give me so much loot. Oh! Eggs, what's up? Welcome to the stream, guys. What the egg made themselves cry? Wait, you guys are crying? What happened? Eggs, went back for 13 months. Ow, ow. What the fuck happened? I hope your stream went well. I'm currently playing Liza P. This game is awesome. It's one of the best non-From Software games. Oh my. Ow. Oh, it's 10,000. Wait, that's awesome. Like balls, guys. Same. X did cry? Wait, what did she cry for? You guys made her cry? Fucked up. Is this guy electric? Oh, he is electric. Guys. Wait. This tree in me? Ow! Fuck off! It was a group cry? Oh, like, it was like therapeutic. Oh, that's cool. Guys, it may look like I'm getting the shit kicked out of me, but I'm not, I swear. Oh, he went through the tree! Oh, fuck. They're snitching on me. I got emotional. Oh, shit. I didn't see a reply. I just got emotional. You know what? A good cry is always good. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I've cried at stuff, like random stuff before. I cried at a YouTube video about a video game review before. I told my housemates that, and they made fun of me. I never told them. I was like, dude, that was a really good review. Yeah, I don't remember. I'll be honest. Completely have no idea. Did you break down your arcane? No, man. Like, I'm just saying I'm sensitive on the inside. I can cry. Real men cry. If they don't give me enough rice at Chipotle, honestly, tears are warranted. That's okay. Goodbye. Okay, guys. This is fun. Oh, I mean, it's a Souls-like game. These games are awesome, but it's just like they're so fucking hard, man. Sticking little Legion magazines to myself. What the fuck? I dodged into the wall. I'm pretty sure the way I kill this guy, this one tree is gonna save my life. This tree right here. I can't believe you didn't do my Halloween costume ideas. It was so last minute. I actually really wanted to go as Cusco, but like the outfit didn't fit. Dessert? What do you mean? Oh, that kind of hurt. Should I let you hot tub streamer? No, I cannot go as hot tub streamer, man. Emperor or lava? Emperor. Websites are so sexy. Yeah, this game, this item is so cool. Boom. Off, man. No way. Don't worry, guys. Remember the tree. Remember the tree. The tactic is ring around the tree. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Back to the tree, guys. Back to the tree. The tree was too thin! Oh my god, bro. Dude, I died to this guy more than I died to the boss before. Anyways, for people who are just coming in, I'm playing Liza P. I'm currently about 60% of the way through the game. It is a very good Souls-like game. I was just gonna say it's one of my favorites. I think Sekiro is my favorite From Software game of all time, or Souls-like of all time. And after that, how do I feel about Dark Souls 3? I never played Elden Ring, that's why. But I don't know. I think it would be this game. You didn't play Bloodborne? If it's not on PC, I've not played it. Why did you play Elden Ring? Because I didn't. I just didn't. But I didn't realize. I mean, I only played for like two, 3 bosses. Wasn't very interested in playing it, honestly. The tree. Guys, the tree strategy is unbeatable. Oh my god, all that work for 1 Legion caliber? It's okay. I should have probably killed him before. Hinso, welcome back for 34 months. Thanks for your subbing. Sorry. Got a little spook there. No, I was just waiting for the break to go down. Bump, bump, bump. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Fuck you. See, this is my first time. Fuck you. I knew there's some bullshit that was gonna happen with the bridge. Sorry, I did not even see this guy. What the fuck? Where did he come from? Why invest in HP? I don't want to. Just that simple. Whoop. Oh my fucking god, bro. Where did he shoot me from? I did not see him. Maybe that's HP wouldn't have lived anyways. Radiant Ergo. Wait, these guys have a chance of dropping Radio Ergo fragments? I'm just farming 10k at a time. All right, no lie, I want to jump down here. Is that not a secret? Never mind. It does not look like a secret. That looks like instant death. I want to stay topped off here. There's something weird could happen for sure. He doesn't res, right? Whew. Okay, there's some. Ooh, the lever, Kronk. Why did I try to do that? Also, where was that shortcut that I got? You guys know? Oh, it's right here. Okay, perfect. Let me grab this first. Quartz me? Oh, a new amulet. Okay. Wait, what did I get? Is it indomitable? Recharge. Oh, it restores HP. That's kind of good. I will shoot the fuck out of that guy when I get back. Okay. Fuck, can't believe you. Doing puppet damage. Fuck down. Dark Moon, Radiant Urga. Oh, I got another 10k. Wait, these guys you can farm for money. These are pretty good. Free money. Okay, I'm good. I've cleared the whole area. I have 20,000 stuff. I'm actually down to just go back right now because I feel like I'm sitting on too much stuff. 20,000 seems like a lot. Like it's like 2 levels, a little bit, about 2 levels.
Whatever choice you...
Can I upgrade my thing anymore? I need a full moonstone. Holy shit. Yeah, upgrade my booster glaive though.
At the house.
I always.
I don't want the acid one. I feel like acid's pretty good. Down to buy the electric, down to buy this.
Lady Antonia cautions against it. I have heard about an alchemist who knows how to use that most miraculous. Please find a way.
Wait, I didn't find a way to treat her with this, but I have it. Oh, I didn't find an alchemist who could help treat her. All the alchemists are bad guys I've met so far though. Interesting. Okay, it's fine.
No matter what, serving welcome.
I wish I was close to another boss, but I feel like I'm very not, because it took me so long to go through this area. I do not think I'm close at all.
Those damn alchemists. The terms of the bargain, almost intolerable. Well, it's not like I care about those hotel people anyway. But there are limits.
Oh, it's the dog guy.
How do you do?
Dora.
It's quite odd that we should meet in a place like this.
Oh, don't pretend surprised that I got here before you. After all, I can elude the darkest monsters, the loftiest beings.
Yep.
In fairness, I do benefit from your prowess as well. I shall tell you something, since we're nearly peers. They say a terrible monster lives on the cliff at the end of the swamp. It behaves like a crow, gathering shiny things. I have absconded with treasures from its lair. Rare parts and weapons, worthy of a hero. That catch your interest? You're a worthy hunter, and it is worth. You're a worthy hunter, and... What's this? A gift for a rescuer. From a technician girl.
Yep.
I don't remember. I've saved so many of the common people. Anyway, thank her, I suppose. Oh. Oh dear. These gloves are a mess. They don't even fit. Is this a practical joke? My God, I never did like that girl. She's just like him. Oh, never mind. I thought you had better taste than this. How
Damn, she
You're
gave
a
it
worthy
back
hunter.
to me? That's fucked up. Oh, wait. Okay. So I have this greatsword now. Or I can get temporary increase in physical damage upon a successful attack. Oh. Isn't that for faster weapons though? Like, I don't think my weapon's that fast. Is it? It seems good. I don't. This greatsword seems cool too. Read the greatsword's gimmick. Switch display. Instantly release your weapon, increases attack speed temporarily. Liberate. It's a single slash. An ergo crystal blade made by an alchemist. Untreated blade chips away with each impact, but it stabilizes and restores itself as it can turn back time. Oh, it's a great sword that you oh, interesting. How do you like Eliza P? It's fun. It's a great sword where you use the thing where if it's max durability, you do more damage, right? Oh, what an inch. I was curious what you use that with. It's that. You think if League Worlds at an airport they will win so they have the home advantage? Bro, this year EU would win. Hey, like Eliza P, it's awesome. Each swing increases the attack speed. Oh, of the greatsword or of the... the other thing. Oh shit. The Fable, it's the slowest weapon in the game otherwise. That's kind of awesome. Wait, so does the amulet allow you to keep increasing attack damage forever? It just ways to get lighter and swing faster. That's cool. What the fuck? You bitch. You bitch. there anything? Is there like a secret item in these? Oh, you're a takey boy. Okay, a little spooky. Is this a person?
Wow. So they do exist. Other puppets like me not bound by the Grand Covenant.
Yeah, it's me.
I thought I was forever alone. Without the Covenant, my kind hates me. Monsters, humans, puppets. They all hate me. But I want to be friends with humans. If I learn how to feel, would that be possible? If you tell me how, I'll return the favor.
How do you learn how to
I
feel?
want to learn how. Hello, my only friend. I see now how scary losing someone can be. I may not be able to cry, but I hope I can comfort others now. Hello, my only friend. Clapping is the mimicry of a joyful heart. It's good to feel. Hello, my only friend.
Interesting. Okay, so I found a place for... Is that another one? Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna kill that other last area first. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not really liking the swamp area that much. He's alive again. What the? Bro. I thought he would like leash, but he did not leash. Give me 999. Ow! You bitch! What is this? The green monster is cleverer than you think. He likes to collect puppet bodies, but what for? Green monster puppet. Okay. The big guy you beat is a cop puppet that's been broken down. Oh. Like, I can maybe use the turret, but I think that did not happen. Okay, that guy actually reset finally. Oh wait, is it there? There's a game today, right? One best of 3. Is it KT versus that other team? Is it LNG or JDG? LNG, right? Oh, it's JDG. Oh my god. Damn, they had the hard fucking bracket. They had like the hardest fucking bracket ever, man. Where is it? Then I'll go back for it. Experiment order the most successful case from the prototype elixir experiments. The patient suffering preservation disease who got the elixir died at the same time. Right up until the death, they experienced painful necrosis and skin ruptures. Ultimately, they became known as carcasses. Oh, so they became carcasses. Okay. Number 890 was able to suppress the side effects and is stable for 56 hours. Weed. Okay, cool. That last time I got a lore like that, it was literally the boss. Who's this?
Ah, this must be quite an urgent patient to seek out my humble abode.
An owl doctor?
You are still breathing. I must treat you quickly. Grant cannot have any more live patients. Trust me.
Wait.
No vital signs. You must be
You
dead.
bitch!
I'll dispose of you properly.
Albert, thanks for the raid. Welcome to this. Welcome to the stream. I'm fighting an owl man. The S-Man versus the owl man.
What was her name? Ah, I don't recall.
You bitch. Anyways, I played Lies of P, guys, which is a... Oh my fucking god. bitch. It's a not from software Souls like. It's really fucking good. It's a good one. Great one. There, my dumbass weapon. Bitch. Oh. No, fuck you. No, I messed up. Anyways, welcome to this stream, guys. I'm playing Liza P, and this game has been really fun. I think it's my second favorite Souls-like of all time. I did not really play Elden Ring, but it's right up there after Sekiro for me. I think I'm currently about 70% of the way through the game, and it's been really good. Really, really fucking good. Purple one. Oh my god. Pet the kitty? Oh yeah, that's the first thing I did.
And if you're not alive, then you must be dead. That's just logic.
Fuck.
My judgment as a doctor, all should end while they're still humans.
No, I didn't think he had a... Bitch. No. I'm shit, man. Oh, I shouldn't have used my Falcon Eyes. That shit comes out so slow, man. Okay, I will kill him this time. There's also two things. Oh. Try to stand behind these so that it break. Upgrade his issue at dodging. Yeah, I have that, and I just keep forgetting to dodge first.
And if you're not alive, then you must be dead. That's just logic. What was her name? I don't recall.
Cannot reach it.
In my judgment as a doctor, all should end while they're still human.
No. What I've learned is pillars are OP. Pillars are literally my best friend because I have a weapon that is just super OP if I type people around.
What was her name? I don't recall.
Oh god.
Adelina.
Oh, I got a free costume. A new mask. The mask worn by the Owl Doctor is the mask of one who's had a name up to its final moments but forgotten in the end. The Alchemist's merciless experience pushed him to his limits. He denied reality, escaped into delusion. I got an owl mask. I am not 890. Okay, so I will stop this. Okay. Oh. I need an item. I need an item that Swapping. Quartz? Quartz me? Another eventually need me. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how to get to the... Oh, it's the bridge. There's a bridge? The bridge. It's this way. I see. There is a ladder here that I did not see. There must have been a ladder here. Go up. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where up is. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, I am a little confused on how to get up there. I have missed something somewhere. I will look around. There's really not that much I need to explore. I think it's over there. It's that right there, right? Yeah, okay. I spent too long here. But I got the crank. That's fine. I got the thing. I think there's 2 more butterflies that you get. Oh my god, I did not even see that. Okay. They take it over to post, beware of rocks when entering the ravine. Rock. Okay. Rock's bad. Ooh. Almost died there because I hit the fucking wall. That's a shortcut. It's a rest spot. go down. Does the endurance stat in this game increase the speed that your endurance recharges as well? Because I think I'm going back to endurance. No? Yeah. I'm using it a lot of times, but... Is the cap? Oh, I need the regen more than anything else. Almost done. Wow, this is fucked up, man. Whoever made that new two-handed weapons would just get fucking owned there. I hear a lot of noise. I don't like. The organ give you stamina cost reduction? Yeah, for a couple of your abilities. I definitely took a little bit, but I don't have a lot. Am I fucked over there? I wonder what sound I heard. Okay. Quartz? I need 1 quartz to get rising dodge. That's the laser. Fuck me. No quartz for me. Oh, thank you. I finally got a rest point, man. I was getting really worried because I don't know, man. Super antsy when I get a bunch of these. Oh shit. Oh my god. The 2 giant robots in the swamp drop course. Yeah, but I'm not killing them until I turn off this stupid thing. Right? Like there's no way I want to kill it while the cannon's shooting me. I probably can, but it's a pain in the ass. Okay. I'm only taking this route so I can fucking find the cannon, man. Oh. What it meant when it says beware balls. Go Scarra, go, bro. Where am I going? This game is fucked up, man. Okay. Doesn't even look like a death ray. Look at hit, yep. I am aspiring to be not hit. My aspirations have failed. Burning cedar for ya? Wait, is that a jinx or like a good thing? Okay, now go to here. Indigenously, it's a blessing. Got it. Okay. Wait, where the fuck do I go now? Oh, this way. Wait, you're telling me the butterfly is back there? Oh, no way. I mean, I can't just let it go. Okay. I just realized all of these things are made with puppets. So there's like a bunch of arms and stuff. Vlogs are so good. Thank you. I'm glad you like them. I'm going to try to do another vlog tomorrow. I'm going to I'm going to BlizzCon tomorrow. For fun? Yes. Oh my fucking god. Okay, okay, I got a shortcut. Holy moly. Okay, there's one. Maybe some Hearthstone packs. I don't know about that. Fuck. See, hi is LeSeraphim when they ask for your autograph. Dude, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna try my hardest to get a picture with them. I'm like half delusional, but I think I can do it. I'm gonna say, I got a picture with IU. There's no way I can't get a picture with LeSeraphim. Ah, the leash range, baby. Subscribe to the picture of IU. No, hi does. IL9, C9 player. He's a picture with IU. I was hella jealous when I saw that. Is someone that LeSeraphim play League? Dude, I need someone in LeSeraphim to play TFT. I need them to be huge TFT fans. Dude, actually, do you know the funniest shit? Oh no. Hold on, give me a sec. So me and Robin were at the, our Halloween party, the OTV Halloween party, okay? And Robin met a guy who was a huge TFT fan. But like, he was like, so who's your favorite TFT streamer? And I got Soju. Okay, who else do you want? Kyun. Milk. He's like, and you can tell the guy has no idea who Robin is. And Robin's so fucking tilted. Literally no fucking idea who he was. He box us in the party disguise. What the fuck is this? Me, Yuka the bar? Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah. No. Oh yeah, but at least he didn't know Setsuko. That Robin would have been pissed otherwise. Dude, I didn't know. Oh my god. That guy owned me, man. The worst part is he's so fucking tanky too. Like, I'm looking at his health bar and stuff as I hit him. Hold on, we're gonna adjust some stuff real quick. No, bro. top off here just in case he does something stupid. Fuck me, man. Eat that. Leaping amulet. Oh, a new amulet. Okay. Here's max stamina. That actually sounds pretty fucking interesting. I think I need the stamina recovery rather than anything else. Like, they lost the first game. That is kind of wild. Wait, is it done on this one? It is. Thank the fucking Lord I can actually go through this area now. Jesus Christ. Missed the gate? Oh. Oh, this is the gate. Right. Okay. It's Gucci. Tom? This is the easiest boss in the game. It just takes fucking forever. Wait, I'm stuck. Wait, I'm stuck. I cannot move. I cannot move. I cannot move. What the fuck was that? It rolled back. Oh my fucking god. I held back and it rolled forward. I can teleport to the other thing. Yeah. Hold on. Give me a sec. There's probably something over here. Right? Like, I need to collect my corpse now. Okay, and then I go to Stargaze to the... I just drop down. Oh my god, what the fuck? Charlie X, welcome back for 27 months. Thanks for subbing. That was kind of spooky. Okay. I want to fight it around here. They have some trash here. Okay. quartz. 2 quartz. What's the hardest boss so far? Romeo for sure. That boss is hella hard. About $1,000 to bet, which I put in a JDD KD quick, tell me quick. Bro, it's too late to bet, man. If the game's already started. Also, I am not here to tell you what to bet on. For the next game, dude, I'm not even watching the games. I am not confident in telling you where to spend your money, man. I'm just shit. I lose focus when and I just get one shot. Yeah, the damage to puppet amulet is worth its weight in gold. I think it's just 15% more damage, and it just adds itself on top of my actual damage. It's like the only multiplier I can use, pretty much. Yeah. No way. I actually walked too close, man. That's what I got hit by last time, by the way. Okay. 2 quartz pieces. Thank fucking God. Big. Very big.
Whatever choice.
I think I'm doing more stamina now. I've been running into some weird stamina issues, and I just got enough of the other stuff to be pretty good. Okay, so I can now finally dodge while on the ground. Awesome. Charges Fable upon reviving. What a weird one. Oh, increases amulet. These are so good. Oh my god. Breaks the enemy stance when the perfect guard is successful. Wait, isn't that awesome? Time to reset P-Organ. Wait, does that work? Can I reset P-Organ and get these now? So I would do the separate mini set. Oh, never mind then. Still good, but probably just do this. It's fine. Enemies natural HP recovery. They have natural HP recovery? What? It was Fable charging upon fatal attacks. It's probably one of these then. Maybe actually this one is really good. Enemies automatically game reset shadow, but I did not know that. Interesting. It's weird. I haven't got any upgrade materials for my weapon. The ones I really want. Do I have a boss weapon? But it feels like my boss weapon is like kind of like I kind of wanted to do more damage, but like I can't actually get any more damage. Only 6 overall. Like I almost want to just upgrade my normal weapon.
Hey, even the union's advancement test didn't make me. Did the gloves make Ali?
Yeah.
Really? What a relief.
He was happy.
Confident in my weapons, but it was my first time making gloves, so I was a little nervous. Okay, more than a little. Gloves seemed a logical gift because I know he lost a finger. I was there.
Level 5
after
reset,
all.
okay.
When the workshop tower collapsed,
Lost a finger, save me.
to death trapped under the rubble. If it wasn't for the hounds, I don't want. I will never repay that. Thanks. I was too shy to give such a gift to him myself. Speaking
Somebody give you fire. I feel warm. That's good. I don't know what that means, but that's good.
Salutations, my friends. Behold, when I brought my back to the rat, help join me.
I don't even care about that, honestly.
At the house of Vanini. At the house of Master Vanini's patrons open. At the house of Vanini.
All right, what else we got? Destruction Grindstone, Satisfaction, a Pistol Rock Drill. This is interesting. Anything down here? Ooh, an amulet. Increases max amount of HP, stamina, and Legion. Isn't that so good? What the fuck? I'm gonna grab some of these as well. Um. It's weird because I think increasing my max amount of Legion doesn't do anything anymore. Now I can shoot 4 shots. Did I like combo in the hotel? Did I? Hey, I have cleared officially everything here. I wonder that. Oh, I did miss one of these. Here. It's a, what the fuck is a gold one? Perfect. Dark Moon. Oh, it wasn't that good. I'm assuming the gold one is the most, is the rarest. I thought it would give me the upgrade for my weapon. Your boss weapon? Yeah, but I already upgraded past that point. I need the full, whatever it is, the full moonstone. I think there was another one here, right? There's something red over here. No, I guess not. Did I get yeah, I got this. I need the next one. The one that gives me the +4. Someone said there's only 6 in the game. That's such a low amount. Like damn, 6, man. If I went for a while, oh, that sucks. Six is enough to increase 2 boss weapons. Oh, okay. I mean, I only have 1 boss weapon. I might want to try.
Whoa! An earthquake!
Oh?
That came from the direction of Krot Central Station. Oh, this could be bad, pal. Really, really bad.
I might want to try upgrading 2 or the great sword if I'm not using it anything. Oh, what's this guy?
Hey, are you a treasure hunter too?
Yes.
I know how this looks, but I'm not a thief or anything. I am on a serious expedition. You wouldn't happen to know a treasure hunter named Alidoro?
I do.
I plan my expeditions to follow Alidoro's traces, but this lock has me at a dead end. And I so wanted to explore the Hermit's Cave. All I can do is keep plugging away. If you come back by, say, life is short. All I can do is keep plugging. Life is all I can do. My treasure. It's a cryptic vessel. I think it's a clue. You know what they say.
An old cryptic vessel? A cryptic vessel in the shape of mouse that Reginini may be able to. Oh, so he can decode the device.
Life
Cool.
is all I can do is keep. You never heard. And unlike a professional, that's I know the rumors. Well, for starters, they're nonsense. Alidoro is the last person you'd suspect. Those alchemists. I mean, come on.
Wanted Alidoro. He's very good at tricking people. A comment. Wait. I kind of like that guy. He's kind of cool. Perfect. Okay, I have the Stargazer. I'm going back. For sure, Veganini got me here. Also, guys, I probably have to end my stream pretty soon. I'm waking up around, I don't know when people want to go. People want to go at the 11 to go to BlizzCon. So I need some sleep. Place to stop? Yeah. But we'll see if I can't do anything else.
At the house.
This.
I always there you are, done and
an old shack in the tomb slums in the Malum district. Look for a bleaky tree and laundry line. Enter the shack next to them. In tomb slums in the Malum district? The hecky? Where are you going in? Oh, BlizzCon. Blizzard, the convention for Blizzard. I do not expect to have. I don't know. Fuck it. This should be fun. Oh, it was the first area? Fuck. What are they showcasing? Oh yeah, no, they're showcasing the StarCraft 3, Diablo 5, Heroes of the Storm 2. The elevator shortcut down. Dude, I don't remember any of this. Am I going the right way? Straight up, I think this is worse. I think I want the recovery speed over the HP. The max legion is nothing. The elevator. Is it here? We're checking out. If you like Close Light, it is very good. Okay, I will look around for it. It's here. Oh wait, let me look at the picture again. Let me look at the picture. The picture again. The picture. Where's the picture? The picture says it. Oh, fuck! I heard something. Oh, it's right here. It's literally right here.
How did you find this place? They sent you, didn't they? Those guys blabber about loyalty, but when the chips are down, they'll stab each other in the back. I don't know what's inside, and I don't really care. Getting involved sounds like trouble.
Oh.
You're right. Love watching people fall into a trap. Never gets old.
Fuck. Fucking bitch, bro. Please. You walk around? Oh. You have to jump around. Quartz? Life amulet +1. Does that do what I think it does? It gives me more HP? Oh my god. Wait, I can actually play with 2 life amulets. Interesting. Okay. Can you? Yeah, for sure, right? Oh, I cannot. Oh, wow. Okay. My bad. Am I close to that? I mean, even if I get to the next boss, it won't be good because I can't like really put attempts on him because I have to go. So like, I think this is a good stopping point. I killed Victor today, found out the big bad boss, and I got mostly through the level, I think. Very close. Maybe I could go, you're exactly at the next, but maybe I go, okay, well, I mean, I can go look at him then at least. Why in the world is something like, is that thing even in crap? I thought they were joking when the city dispatched me to catch a monster. There's probably a broken bear. The green thing is huge. When on the earth grow in the swamp, it's a waste problem. I observed it. Feeds out ergo, that's why I grow so big. Why they send us? Well, they'll ask for forgiveness for things. My sins, the angel will guide us. Okay. Oh, you guys were kidding. The boss is literally right here. Huh. Okay. I'm assuming it's a carcass. Assuming that's not gonna be worth my fucking time. It is a carcass. Cool. This looks like I'm like, if I grind stuff, I would just kill this guy with my Legion arm. Pretty straightforward boss. I'm fucking bad. What the fuck? The phase 2 is gonna be a bitch for this boss, isn't it? The phase 1 seemed okay though. Didn't seem that crazy. Yeah. But I don't think I want to put in that much time to learn it. Most of the bosses have taken me about an hour to beat. Victor took me about like an hour and it took me about an hour and a half. Romeo took me about 3.
Life is short. All I can do is keep plugging.
So I feel like it is. I don't want to do a reps on the boss right now. I am okay. I'm out, guys. I will not be streaming tomorrow because I will be at BlizzCon. I hope you guys enjoy the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Sean, who will also be at BlizzCon with me tomorrow. And so I'm just gonna raid him and hope, you know.
Get out my way. This is my rock.
Hope you guys enjoy. Give us some love. I'm out, guys. Good night.